Please be seated. Let the record reflect we are back in the presence of the jury. Good morning to all of you. Welcome back this morning. We have Ms. Beamer on the stand who continues to be under oath, and we will continue with the direct examination of this witness.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Ms. Beamer.
Good morning.
We left off discussing lab request 98 yesterday, so I'm going to now move into lab request 99, where it appears another buccal swab was examined by you. So we have heard testimony during the trial that the police collected a DNA sample after receiving a tip regarding a Dr. Scott Ellis, and that it was a tip investigated by Detective McWilliams and Heinzelman at the time. Did you have the opportunity to process a DNA sample for a person by the name of Scott Ellis and then compare it against PMH?
Yes.
And what was the result?
That Ellis was eliminated as a possible contributor to the DNA profile obtained from PMH.
Moving on to lab request 100. Again, police collected a sample during a patrol contact for an unrelated case of a person by the name of Kevin. I don't really know how to pronounce this last name, Olegs. I'm going to spell it Olagues. Did you have the opportunity to process a sample for a person by that name and then compare it against PMH?
Yes.
And what was the result?
He was eliminated as a possible contributor to the DNA profile obtained from PMH.
Moving on to lab request 101, police collected a sample from an individual during a patrol contact by the person named Johan Adams. Did you have the opportunity as part of your work in this case to process a sample for a person by that name and then compare it against PMH?
Yes.
What was the result?
Adams was eliminated as a possible contributor to the DNA profile obtained from PMH.
I now am going to move to lab request 104, which is not a lab that you authored, so it's likely going to be in that binder that's up there. Yesterday, we established that an analyst at the Scottsdale Police Department by the name of Steve Clemens had done work in the lab related to this case and that he is now deceased. I'm also going to have you go back a couple things. I neglected to ask 3 small questions for those last 3 labs. Before we get into 104, can you please tell me the date that you issued the report for lab 99?
Yes, it was June 8th, 2016.
Then how about the date the report was issued for lab request 100?
June 8th, 2016.
And then lab request 101?
June 15th, 2016.
And I apologize for neglecting to ask you those questions. So moving on to lab request 104, who we established, the report was authored by Steve Clemens. Can you tell us first what date he authored that report?
It was June 29th, 2016.
We heard or are going to hear about DNA samples collected for 3 additional individuals. One is Bruce Roberts, collected by Detective Heinzelman based off of a tip. Another is an individual by the name of Tyler Morse, who is a patrol contact that Detective Sergeant, Lieutenant, whatever capacity, Lockerbie took a sample from. And then a person by the name of Joseph Krouth, Krouth, a patrol contact by a person by the name of Carlisle, who also collected a sample. Did you have the opportunity, or did Mr. Clemens, I should say, have the opportunity to process samples for 3 individuals by those 3 names and then compare them against PMH?
Yes.
And what was the result?
Those 3 individuals were eliminated as possible contributor to the DNA profile obtained from PMH.
I now want to move into lab request 105 and 105-0001, which are also reports authored by Steve Clemens. I think from your testimony yesterday, you told us that when your supervisor changed during your tenure at the lab, that when reports were amended, instead of just simply amending the original number, the new supervisor requested that it have an underscore and then a 0001 if it was amended. Do you recall providing us with that testimony?
Yes.
So in looking at lab request 105/105_0001, if you could first tell us when Mr. Clemens issued the original report.
The original report was issued on July 28th, 2016.
And then how about the basis, well, before I ask that, when was the amended report issued?
On August 21st, 2018.
Could you please let us know what amendments were made?
There was an amendment made to the conclusion for item PM 51, which was the chair. And there was a change to the statistic for item 1086930, the soap bottle. And a change to, I don't know if it was the item number for Feldman for item 1095813 was changed.
Okay. A couple of those items are not on this particular slide, in case the jury is getting confused. This lab report spans a few different slides. So you mentioned yesterday that there would be some type of indication in the reports if there was some disagreement as to the conclusions. Is this one of those situations you mentioned where something would have been caught, any error in the tech or administrative review process?
And no, if there was a disagreement, it would not necessarily be captured in the report. It would probably be captured in the notes somewhere.
Okay.
But an amended report isn't done for that situation. It's usually when an error has been discovered after the report has been issued, and then an amended report would be issued to correct whatever needed to be corrected. In our laboratory's amended reports, we will bold the text in the report that has been altered.
Okay, and I think I misunderstood that from yesterday. Thank you for clarifying that. So I would like to talk to you about the items that were tested in this particular lab request, and we will start with, I know you mentioned them a little bit earlier. There's items 1079815, 1079819, which appear to be swabs from PM 51, which was the chair that was discussed throughout the testimony in this trial. Also, a porch light switch, 1086928, and then the master door handle, 1086929. So if you can look at those particular items and then let us know what conclusions were reached after all of these items were processed.
So the DNA profile obtained from PM 51, the chair, is consistent with originating from 3 individuals. Assuming Feldman is a contributor to this mixture, it is 373 times more likely to obtain the DNA results if Alex S. is a contributor than if he is not a contributor. It is inconclusive whether unknown male contributor from PMH is a contributor to this mixture because the likelihood ratio does not provide sufficient support for inclusion or exclusion.
So if I'm understanding your testimony correctly, the likelihood ratio supports inclusion of Allison and Alex and then was inconclusive as to PMH.
Yes, the likelihood ratio supported Allison Feldman and Alex in the mixture together, correct.
Let's talk about item 107-819.
No DNA profile was obtained from 107-9819.
And that was a different swab of the chair.
That's correct.
Let's move on to item 1086928.
Due to the limited genetic information obtained from the porch light switch, the results do not meet the laboratory's criteria for use in statistical calculations. Therefore, no comparisons can be made to reference samples.
What does that mean?
Again, just a very small amount of DNA was obtained, and therefore no comparisons could be made to reference samples.
How about item 1086929, the master door handle?
The DNA profile obtained from the master door handle is consistent with originating from a single male individual. It is 1.48 times 10 to the 19th times more likely to obtain the DNA results if Alex S. is a contributor than if he is not a contributor.
Now, we heard testimony during the trial that this particular handle was one of the handles that had overspray on it. As you walked through the house, do you recall seeing that on this particular door handle?
I do.
Moving on to some additional items that were processed as part of this lab request, there was a 1086930 soap bottle, 1086937 gate latch, and 1087578, which was a Swiffer box. And to be clear, the soap bottle is the one featured in this photograph that is marked with PM20. As I know, the jury's heard testimony that there was another soap bottle found in the bathroom that was collected, so I want to make sure that that's clear. Can you please discuss with us the conclusions that you reached with respect to these three items, or that Mr. Clemens reached, I should say?
The DNA profile obtained from the soap bottle is consistent with originating from 3 individuals. Assuming Feldman is a contributor to this mixture, it is 8.44 times 10 to the 15th times more likely to obtain the DNA results if Alex S. is a contributor than if he is not a contributor. The unknown male contributor from PMH is excluded as a possible contributor.
Moving on to item 1086937, which is the gate latch. What were the results determined there?
The gate latch gave a result at the sex determination marker. No other results were obtained.
When the report mentions the sex determination marker, would that signal to you the amylogenin marker?
Correct.
And then item 1087578.
The partial DNA profile obtained from the Swifter box is consistent with originating from 3 individuals. It is inconclusive whether item Alex S. and the PMH cluster stain are contributors to this mixture because the likelihood ratio does not provide sufficient support for inclusion or exclusion. And it is 134 times more likely to obtain the DNA results if Feldman is a contributor than if she is not a contributor.
What does that mean?
That the likelihood ratio provided limited support for the inclusion of Allison Feldman in that mixture.
I do have one question going back to item 6937. There was mention that there was only a result of the sex determination marker. What was that result? Male, female?
I would have to look at the electropharogram. Sorry, it's going to be in the notes with the original report.
That's okay.
Only an X was obtained, detected.
So that doesn't really tell you anything?
It could mean that it was female or that the the Y peak dropped out because it's so low level. I can't really say anything.
Understood. Thank you. Let's go ahead and move on to the next items that were part of lab request 105. Here we have some swabs that came from various parts of the washer and dryer that were located in Allison's laundry room. There's 109-5811, washer seal of the outer lip, 109-5812, washer seal center lip, 109-5813, washer seal inner lip, 109-5814, washer knob interior edge, 109-5815, dryer knob interior edge. Can you please share with us the conclusions reached with respect to this analysis?
Yes. The DNA profile obtained from item 109-5811 is consistent with originating from 3 individuals. Assuming that Feldman is a contributor to this mixture, items Alex S. and the unknown male contributor from PMH is excluded as possible contributors.
5812?
The DNA profile obtained from item 109-5812 is consistent with originating from 3 individuals. It is inconclusive as to whether Alex S. and the contributor from PMH are contributors to this mixture because the likelihood results do not provide sufficient support for inclusion or exclusion. And it is 118 times more likely to obtain the DNA results if Feldman is a contributor than if she is not a contributor.
Moving on to 5813.
The DNA profile obtained from item 109-5813 is consistent with originating from 3 individuals. It is inconclusive as to whether Alex S., Allison Feldman, and PMH cluster stain are contributors to this mixture because the likelihood ratio results do not provide sufficient support for inclusion or exclusion.
5814.
Due to the limited genetic information obtained, the results do not meet the laboratory's criteria for use in statistical calculations. Therefore, no comparisons can be made to reference samples.
And then 5815.
No DNA profile was obtained from item 109-5815.
Since we see this result pop up frequently, and it's been since yesterday since we talked about the likelihood ratio categories, can you please explain or just remind us about the inconclusive category and what that means?
That means that it falls in between the inclusion and exclusion, and I can't make a determination whether that LR provides support for inclusion or exclusion. It's basically neutral.
Is that based on particular reasons, or could it be a whole host of reasons?
It's generally because there's limited genetic information for that sample.
Moving on to 3 additional items that were discussed as part of this lab request: 101-9839, 101-9840, 101-9851, which are a large glass tabletop, a small glass tabletop, and then a swab from PM81, one of the closet doors that the jury also heard about that was collected. I believe the report indicates that none of the items were examined. Do you know why?
I do not.
Would there be a reason listed in the notes?
It's possible.
Okay. Can you just look and see?
Yes. I'm not seeing any kind of notation in the notes as to why those items were not examined.
Let me ask you this, given your experience in the lab and like you mentioned, you are the technical leader. Can you explain to us scenarios that you are familiar with based on your experience in the lab where there's a determination made to test or not test certain items? What factors into that decision?
It can depend on what the serology results are of a sample. If serology was done and there was no blood identified and the case is a homicide, it might be that the decision will be made not to process that item. There's a variety of reasons why that might be. Sometimes it's discussion with the detective, but in those instances, there should be some type of documentation as to that conversation that was had.
Okay, so if we've heard prior testimony that there was no blood found on PM81, that could be a reason why.
It's possible.
The other thing I wanted to ask you about is, based on all the testing we've talked about here, fair to say there were a lot of things submitted to the lab in this case.
Yes, there was.
Is it physically possible for you as a lab to test every single item in every single case?
No.
Why not?
Generally because of resources. The Scottsdale PD lab is the only lab to do all of Scottsdale PD's cases, and we have limited staff and limited funds. DNA is an expensive discipline, and so we are unable to test every sample from every case.
Going to move on to lab request 108, which is another one of yours. Oh, is it?
I'm not seeing it.
Oh, I think it's Mr. Clemens. I apologize.
Okay. I found
Find
it,
it?
yes.
Okay. First question for you. Could you please tell us the date that the report was authored?
August 17th, 2016.
And as we've similarly talked about, here's another request where there were 3 buccal swabs submitted. So I want to ask you about those. The jury heard testimony that an individual by the name of Jesse Dwart had his DNA collected by detectives Heinzelman and McWilliams when he was interviewed with respect to this case. Did you have the opportunity as a lab, Mr. Clemens specifically, to process a sample for an individual by that name and then compare it to PMH?
Yes.
And what was the result?
He was eliminated as a possible contributor to the DNA profile obtained from PMH.
Now we're seeing the name James Castle-Amedes again for the second time. I believe you tested the first sample. The jury's heard about him, the Walgreens pharmacist. This is the second sample that the police collected from this individual. Did Mr. Clemens have the opportunity to process a sample for Mr. Castle-Amedes and then compare it to PMH?
Yes.
What was the result?
He was eliminated as a possible contributor to the DNA profile that was obtained from PMH.
So both you and he had eliminated him.
That's correct.
Moving on to a person by the name of Scott Tarazone, Tarazon, who provided a sample to Detective McWilliams during some type of patrol contact. Did the lab have the opportunity to process specifically Mr. Clemens' a sample for an individual by the name of Scott Tarazone and then compare it to PMH?
Yes.
What was the result?
He was eliminated as a possible contributor to the DNA profile obtained from PMH.
Moving on to lab request 110, which I do believe is yours.
Yes.
First question for you, Ms. Beamer. On what date did you author this report?
October 31st, 2016.
And during this lab request, you were provided with a buccal swab to examine. This is a buccal swab that appeared to have come in at some point to the agency, reference an unrelated departmental report, DR 14-19010, from a person by the name of Andrew Pickering. Did you have the opportunity to examine a sample from a person by that name and then compare it against PMH?
Yes.
What was the result?
He was excluded as a possible contributor to the mixture obtained on PMH.
Moving on to lab request 113, which is also yours. First question, on what date did you author this report?
On December 5th, 2016.
And we heard testimony from Detective McWilliams about an individual that was contact based off of a tip named Sean Flores, who ultimately they collected a DNA sample for. Did you have the opportunity to process a sample for an individual by that name, Sean Flores, and then compare it to PMH?
Yes.
What was the result?
Flores was excluded as a possible contributor to the mixture obtained on PMH.
Moving on to lab request 114. We heard testimony that Detective McWilliams ended up speaking with a person by the name of Rory Tompkins, who he was referred to because this individual had said that he had committed a murder and was on the run. And so a DNA sample was collected from this person. Did you have the opportunity, as part of your work in this case, to process a sample for an individual by the name of Rory, R-O-R-Y, Tompkins, and then compare it against PMH?
Yes.
And what was the result?
He was excluded as a possible contributor to the mixture obtained from PMH.
And if I neglected to do this, can you please tell us, and I apologize if I already asked you this question with respect to this request, the date which you authored this report?
It was December 5th, 2016.
I now want to move on to lab request 117_0001. Now, when Tina Gore testified last Thursday, she discussed lab 117, which she had done the serology. It appears from this report that there is no amendment. So can you explain why this would also be a 0001 with an underscore, just so we can understand?
Yes, in addition to amended reports, if a report was related to a previous report, it would also have an underscore 0001.
So I think on Thursday, Tina Gore testified that when resources permitted it, one analyst might handle testing from beginning to end, meaning doing both the serology as well as the DNA testing. In this particular instance, it looks like it was divided. Is that another, I think if I'm understanding you correctly, is that when this supervisor asked you to document it this way?
That's correct.
Okay. So in this particular lab request, PM81, 1119205, 1119210, 1119214, there were various swabs collected related to this closet door, one of them that was collected PM81, and then an apparent hair from closet door item 1019851. Can you please discuss with us what the results were?
The DNA profile obtained from item 119205, the red substance drop, is from a single contributor. It is 9.97 times 10 to the 27th time more likely to obtain the observed DNA results if Feldman is a contributor than if she is not a contributor.
And I think I misspoke then, because this is a blood drop.
I don't have the serology results. It's just described as a red substance drop.
Okay. I might have mixed up PM81 and PM82, and I was asking you about whether the presence or lack of presence of blood would be a reason why no further testing would be done. So I want to make sure the record's clear there.
Okay.
As it relates to the swab from the red smear from the closet door item, what were the results of that testing?
No DNA profile was obtained from item 1119210.
And then how about 1119214?
That item was not examined.
Are you able to tell us at this time why it wasn't examined as part of this report? Because I believe there was some looking at it a little bit later in another lab request.
If the hair was going to be sent to another discipline to have a look at it to determine if there was root material present, it would have not had been reported in this request and reported in a different request.
And Tina Gore spoke with us a little bit about that on Thursday. Is that a separate trace section that does a little bit more with looking at things like that?
Yes.
I want to go ahead and move on to lab request 118. And one more question, and I apologize for this again. I even covered this with you because I said appears to be no amended date, but I didn't ask you what the date was where the report was issued for the 117-001.
The date on that report was January 25th, 2017.
All right, we're moving on to lab request 118, which is a request that you handled. First, could you tell us on what date that report was authored?
It was March 7th, 2017.
Now, when we heard from Tina Gore on Thursday, we heard that this was a situation where she processed the DNA results and that you had handled the serology portion only, and that's what this request appears to be. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And in this particular request, there were multiple cuttings taking from swabs related to 2 coolers that were present at the Feldman home, one being a small blue cooler that we can see from the PowerPoint in the top photograph that's by the Arcadia door. And then the jury's heard a lot about the larger blue cooler that is featured in the photo below, which is marked with photo marker 87. So with respect to the 1125099 subseries, it looks like there's A, B, and C. And then later on, there's the 1125100 subseries. Does that indicate to you that certain swabs came from one cooler and certain swabs came from the other?
Yes.
I'd like to talk to you now first about the conclusions you really reached related to the serology done with respect to both of these items.
Neither cooler gave chemical indications for the presence of blood.
Moving on to lab request 121, which is also a report that you authored. If you could first share with us the date that you issued that report.
It was January 9th, 2017.
Here is another situation where a DNA sample was collected by Detectives McWilliams and Heinzelman of a patrol contact in the field by the name of Samson Smith. Did you have the opportunity to process a DNA sample for a person by that name and then compare it to PMH?
Yes.
And what were the results?
Smith is excluded as a possible contributor to the mixture obtained on PMH.
Moving on to lab request 122, another one which you handled. Another scenario where a DNA sample was collected by Detective McWilliams when he had contacted an individual during a neighborhood canvass. A person who the jury heard was named Brian Shea or went by the name Pat. Did you have the opportunity to process a DNA sample for a person by that name and then compare it against PMH?
Yes.
What was the result?
He was excluded as a possible contributor to the mixture obtained from PMH.
Moving on to lab request 123. And did you mention, I apologize, before you flip out of that, did I get the date from you? For some reason, I'm not doing very well with that this morning.
The date was January 9th, 2017.
Moving on to lab request 123, could you please let us know what date you issued that report?
It was January 10th, 2017.
With this lab request, we heard that DNA samples were collected from two individuals. Detective McWilliams was involved in both of those. One was an individual by the name of Chris Gerstel, who was a patrol contact, and then another individual, Michael Hamby, who was contacted during a neighborhood canvass. Did you have the opportunity to process DNA samples for both of those individuals that I just mentioned and then compare them to PMH?
Yes.
And what was the result?
Both individuals were excluded as possible contributors to the mixture obtained from PMH.
Moving on to lab request 126, which I believe is one that was handled by Steve Clemens. And if we could start with the date that that report was issued.
It was July 13th, 2017.
As part of this request, there's mention that a hair was collected, and we heard about this from item 1019851, which we know is PM81, the closet door. Did Mr. Clemens have the opportunity to conduct DNA analysis on this hair
Yes, he did.
and then compare it against PMH?
I don't know that he compared it, but he did obtain a DNA profile.
Okay.
Oh, he did too. The partial DNA profile obtained from the hair is consistent with originating from Feldman, and item PMH was excluded as a contributor to that profile.
So if I'm understanding correctly, that hair was Allison's? Or the likelihood ratio would support?
A likelihood ratio wasn't done. It was just compared, and it was consistent with her profile.
Okay. And I think you mentioned it was only partial? Was able
A
to be?
partial profile, yes.
Moving on to lab request 129, which I believe was a request processed by Steve Clemens as well.
Yes.
If we could start with the date that he issued that report.
It was March 3rd, 2017.
And we heard or will hear that Detective Heinzelman collected a sample from an individual by the name of Frank Carter as part of the investigation. Did Mr. Clemens have the opportunity to process a sample for a person by that name and then compare it to PMH?
Yes.
And what was the result?
That Carter is eliminated as a possible contributor to the DNA profile obtained from PMH.
Moving on to lab request 133. At some point, Detective Heinzelman will hear about collected a sample from someone who had provided a lift drive to the Feldman family by the name of Matthew Husek, Hucek. Did Mr. Clemens have the opportunity to process a sample for an individual by that name and then compare it to PMH?
Yes, he did.
And what was the result?
He was eliminated as a possible contributor to the DNA profile that was obtained from PMH.
And what date was that report issued?
January 19th, 2018.
Moving on to lab request 134, which is something that you handled. First, I would like for you to tell us on what date you issued your report with respect to lab request 134.
The date was April 6th, 2018.
And on that particular date, were you able to process a sample provided to you, 1019646, which was a vial of blood from Ian Mitcham?
I actually have different item numbers.
Was it, you have different item numbers?
Correct.
That might have been my typo. Let's talk about what the correct ones were.
The different item numbers for the vials of blood was 1011685 and 1011686.
And those were vials of blood from Ian Mitcham.
That's correct.
Given they're the same person, do you only test one?
That's correct. I only tested item that ended in 686.
And can you tell us what the result of that testing was and put the correct item number, because I apparently somehow made a mistake here.
The mixed DNA profile that was obtained from PMH is consistent with originating from 2 individuals. It is 3.52 times 10 to the 27th times more likely to obtain the DNA results if Mitchum is a contributor than if he is not a contributor.
What does that number look like?
That is a 352 followed by 25 zeros times more likely. The scenario that based on the DNA results, Ian Mitcham is a contributor as opposed to an unknown, unrelated individual in the population.
So when we're looking at this chart on here, I think we discussed that PMH, because you had indications of the minor contributor at the one location, those 2 numbers are still reflected. When we're looking at this chart, does that mean that all of the locations that are highlighted in green are the ones that belong to Ian Mitcham?
That's correct.
Moving on to lab request 140, which is also a report that you authored. Can you please tell us on what date you authored that report?
April 23rd, 2018.
Now, through the course of your testimony, we've already heard that these 3 items that we have featured in the PowerPoint were previously tested.
That's correct.
At the time these items were tested, were they tested when the lab was still using the traditional or binary interpretation method?
Yes.
So the decision was made by you then to, or how does that come into play in terms of, did you then process these using StarMix?
I did.
And was that something that you discussed with the case detective? Is a decision made by the lab?
It was a decision made by myself, yes.
And so it looks like we had already discussed these items, one being 1019679, couch piece 1, 1019867A, beer bottle cap end, 1019867B, beer bottle broken end, and then 1019873, laundry room knob 2.
Yes.
Now, in terms of the fact that you had switched as a lab from the traditional or binary to StarMix, and you mentioned that you were now going to do it this way, at this point, was the fact that there had been an identification to the PMH profile part of what went into your decision-making to retest these items?
No, the main reason for those being retested is that we were no longer using the other binary method of interpretation. And so therefore, in order to compare a reference sample to an item of evidence, I chose to do the StarMix analysis on those items so that they could be reported out how we were currently reporting out our interpretation and statistics.
But you did at this time also have a reference sample for, well, you had something that you had attributed to Ian Mitchum.
We had a reference sample collected from him, yes.
Let's talk about what those results were, starting with 101-969, 9679, I apologize, couch piece 1.
A mixture of DNA from at least 5 contributors was obtained from couch piece number 1. Due to the complexity of this mixture, no conclusions could be drawn.
I want to ask you about this because I'm not sure that we covered this when you talked about StarMix. Does your lab have a requirement or a limit, I guess, in terms of how many people that can appear in a mixture where you're comfortable reporting results on?
Yes, during our validation of StarMix, the decision was made to interpret mixtures that contain up to 4 individuals. So any mixture that had more than 4 individuals was determined to be too complex by my laboratory, and therefore we made the decision not to interpret any mixtures that had greater than 4 contributors.
So under StarMix, based on your lab protocols, you were not able to go any further with this.
That's correct.
However, you mentioned yesterday, too, that any prior results that had been obtained when you were doing the binary or traditional interpretation are still valid under that interpretation.
Under the binary interpretation, correct?
Let's move on to the beer bottle cap end, 101-9867A. What were the results there?
The mixed DNA profile obtained from the broken bottle cap end is consistent with originating from 3 individuals. Assuming that Allison Feldman is a contributor to this mixture, it is 4.70 times 10 to the 27th times more likely to obtain the observed DNA results if Ian Mitcham is a contributor than if he is not a contributor. It is inconclusive as to whether Alex S. is a contributor to this mixture because the likelihood ratio does not provide sufficient support for inclusion or exclusion.
You mentioned a very big number. Again, can you explain to us what that number is?
That number, 4.70 times 10 to the 27th, is 470 followed by 25 zeros.
And that was seeing Allison in there with Ian Mitcham.
I made the assumption that Allison Feldman was a contributor to that mixture, and the likelihood ratio was 4.70 times 10 to the 27th time more likely if Ian Mitcham is a contributor than if he is not a contributor.
Moving on to 101-9867B, the beer bottle broken end. What were the results there?
The mixed DNA profile obtained from the broken bottle broken end is consistent with originating from 3 individuals. Assuming Allison Feldman is a contributor to this mixture, it is 2.32 times 10 to the 15th times more likely to obtain the observed DNA results if Ian Mitcham is a contributor than if he is not a contributor. It is inconclusive as to whether Alex S. is a contributor to this mixture because the likelihood ratio does not provide sufficient support for inclusion or exclusion.
Tell us again what that number means that you mentioned.
The 2.32 times 10 to the 15 would be a 232 followed by 13 zeros.
Moving on to 101-9873, the laundry room knob 2. What results did you determine there?
The partial DNA profile obtained from laundry knob number 2 is consistent with originating from a single male contributor. It is 2.24 times 10 to the 7th times more likely to obtain the observed DNA results if Ian Mitcham is a contributor than if he is not a contributor.
And what is that number?
It's 224 followed by 5 zeros.
And you mentioned this was a partial profile.
That's correct.
Moving on to lab request 147, which you handled as well. Can you first tell us on what date you authored that report?
January 27th, 2020.
In this particular request, it looks like you examined 101-9345, which was a pool tile with apparent hairs, swabs from the area of where PM14 or photo marker 14 is displayed, 1019639, the apparent hair clump that is marked with PM66 in the photo that we're seeing, as well as 1020717, which is the tan square rug that the jury has heard are all items that were either retrieved from the pool or items that were around the pool. Can you tell us what conclusions you reached with respect to these items?
For item 101-9345, I removed approximately 12 hairs from the hair clump and cut off each ends from both sides of the hair. We no longer had a trace analysis discipline. And so since we did not have trace to determine if there was hair root suitability, the process was just to cut off the end of each hair, knowing that one of them would have been the root end, and extract it in, put both ends into a tube to extract the DNA. The DNA result was the mixed DNA profile obtained from this item is consistent with originating from 2 individuals. It is 2.71 times 10 to the 25th times more likely to obtain the observed DNA results if Feldman is a contributor than if she is not a contributor. This analysis provides very strong support for the proposition that Allison Feldman is a contributor to the DNA obtained from this item. No comparisons can be made to the remaining limited genetic information obtained. And as you can see, during time, the wording of our reports kind of slightly changed, just based on experience with StarMix and what the best way was to give our reader the results of our analysis.
I want to ask you about 101-9363, which were swabs taken from the area where photo marker 14 is displayed. What conclusions did you reach with respect to your testing there?
Blood was identified on this item, and a portion from one of the 3 swabs was extracted for DNA analysis and was designated as 101-9363A. The DNA profile obtained from that item is from a single contributor. It is 1.11 times 10 to the 28 times more likely to obtain the observed DNA results if Feldman is a contributor than if she is not a contributor. This analysis provides very strong support for the proposition that Allison Feldman is a contributor to the DNA profile obtained from this item.
Moving on to 101-9639, which is in photo marker 66, the apparent hair clump. What were the results there?
So both ends of approximately 10 hairs were cut and extracted for DNA analysis. The DNA profile obtained from this item is from a single contributor. It is 1.11 times 10 to the 28th times more likely to obtain the observed DNA results if Feldman is a contributor than if she is not a contributor. This analysis provides very strong support for the proposition that Allison Feldman is a contributor to the DNA profile obtained from this item.
And finally, moving on to the tan square rub, 1020717. What conclusions did you reach with respect to this item?
Blood was identified on this item. It was swabbed and designated as item 1020717-A and extracted for DNA analysis. The partial DNA profile obtained from this item is from a single contributor. It is 1.42 times 10 to the 24th time more likely to obtain the observed DNA results if Allison Feldman is a contributor than if she is not a contributor. This analysis provides very strong support for the proposition that Allison Feldman is a contributor to the DNA profile obtained from this item.
And then finally, with respect to lab request 147, there were a few additional items looked at. 1019372, 1019373, and 1019782. The first two items, I apologize, appear to be swabs from the laundry room door handle. And then the item ending in 9782 was a swab from the interior front door handle. Can you please explain what conclusions you reached with respect to these three items?
For item 1019372, the laundry door handle, the partial mixed DNA profile obtained from this item is consistent with originating from 3 individuals. Assuming that Feldman is a contributor to this mixture, it is 215,000 times more likely to obtain the observed DNA results if Alex S. is a contributor than if he is not a contributor. This analysis provides strong support for the proposition that Allison Feldman and Alex S. are both contributors to the DNA profile obtained from this item.
How about item 1019373?
I did have another conclusion with that item.
Go ahead.
Item 1209828 Mitchum is excluded as a possible contributor to the DNA profile obtained from this item. For item 1019373, the laundry room handle, the partial mixed DNA profile obtained from this item is consistent with originating from 3 individuals. Assuming that Allison Feldman is a contributor to this mixture, it is 551 times more likely to obtain the observed DNA results if Alex S. is a contributor than if he is not a contributor. This analysis provides moderate support for the proposition that Allison Feldman and Alex S. are both contributors to the DNA profile obtained from this item. Assuming that Feldman is a contributor to this mixture, it is 11.4 times more likely to obtain the results if Ian Mitcham is not a contributor than if he was a contributor.
What does that mean?
That means it provides limited support that he is excluded as a contributor to this mixture.
Moving on to 1019782.
This is from the interior front door handle swabs. The partial mixed DNA profile obtained from this item is consistent with originating from 2 individuals. It is 145,000 times more likely to obtain the observed DNA results if Alex S. is a contributor than if he is not a contributor. This analysis provides strong support for the proposition that Alex S. is a contributor to the DNA obtained from this item. It is 0.682 times more likely to obtain the observed results if Feldman is a contributor than if she is not a contributor. This LR is uninformative as to whether Allison Feldman is a possible contributor to the DNA profile obtained to this item. An uninformative LR does not give support for either inclusion or exclusion. And it is 4.78 times more likely to obtain the DNA results if Mitchum is not a contributor than if he was a contributor. This analysis provides limited support for the proposition that Ian Mitcham is not a contributor to the DNA obtained from this item.
And then moving on to the last set of items, which comprise a couple different slides. This is the first time we are hearing testimony about swabs that were tested with respect to the Arcadia door in this case. So I want to start with 101-9483, 101-9484, and 101-9487, which were a hand swipe and 2 palm swipes. The hand swipe and palm swipe from the exterior Arcadia portion of the door and a palm swipe from the interior portion of the Arcadia door. What conclusions were reached there?
For item 101-9483, the exterior Arcadia hand swabs, it was a partial DNA profile that was obtained from this item from a single contributor. It is 6.35 times 10 to the 21st times more likely to obtain the observed DNA results if Alex S. is a contributor than if he is not a contributor. This analysis provides very strong support for the proposition that Alex S. is a contributor to the DNA profile obtained from this item.
101-9484.
The partial mixed DNA profile was obtained from this item and is consistent with originating from 2 individuals. It is 1.19 times 10 to the 22nd times more likely to obtain the observed DNA results if Alex S. is a contributor than if he is not a contributor. This analysis provides very strong support for the proposition that Alex S. is a contributor to the DNA profile obtained from this item. It is 6.85 times more likely to obtain the observed results if Ian Mitcham is a contributor than if he is not a contributor. This analysis provides limited support for the proposition that Ian Mitcham is a contributor to the DNA profile obtained from this item. Item Feldman is excluded as a possible contributor to the DNA profile obtained from this item.
And then finally, with respect to these 3 items, 101-9487.
No DNA profile was obtained from that item.
And then finally, the last portion of lab request 147, there were 3 swabs collected and tested. Again, this is the first time we're hearing about swabs related to the Arcadia door area. We have 101-9485, exterior Arcadia handle, 101-9486, interior Arcadia handle, and 101-9488, exterior/interior screen door. What were the conclusions related to your analysis of these 3 items?
For item 101-9485, the exterior Arcadia door handle swabs, the partial mixed DNA profile obtained from this item is consistent with originating from 2 individuals. It is 1.63 times 10 to the 14 times more likely to obtain the observed DNA results if Mitchum is a contributor than if he is not a contributor. This analysis provides very strong support for the proposition that Ian Mitcham is a contributor to the DNA profile obtained from this item. Allison Feldman and Alex S. are both excluded as possible contributors to the DNA profile obtained from this item.
And then 101-9486.
Due to the limited genetic information obtained on this item, no comparisons could be made to reference samples.
And then 101-9488.
The partial mixed DNA profile obtained from this item is consistent with originating from 3 individuals. Assuming that Allison Feldman is a contributor to this mixture, it is 5.12 times 10 to the 6 times more likely to obtain the observed DNA results if Alex S. is a contributor than if he is not a contributor. This analysis provides very strong support for the proposition that Alice Feldman and Alex S. are both contributors to the DNA profile obtained from this item. Assuming that Allison Feldman is a contributor to this mixture, it is 78.7 times more likely to obtain the DNA results if Ian Mitcham is not a contributor than if he is a contributor. This analysis provides limited support for the proposition that Ian Mitcham is not a contributor to the DNA profile obtained from this item.
I think this is a good place to end.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take that lunch break. Please remember the admonition, and we will see you back at 1:30. Thank you.
Please rise for the jury.
Okay.
Please be seated. Let the record reflect we are back in the presence of the jury. Welcome back from lunch. We have Ms. Beamer on the stand who continues to be under oath, and we will continue with the direct examination of this witness.
Thank you. When we wrapped up for lunch, we had just finished discussing lab request 147. So I'm going to move next to lab request 149, which is a request that you processed. But before I ask you about that, I just want to clear up one thing. Over the lunch break, I might have used, well, not over the lunch break I might have used, but as I was thinking about this over the lunch break, I thought back to this morning, and I believe I might have used the word test when I was talking about you went back to certain things that you had tested previously and then applied StarMix. And I want to make sure it's clear for the jury. Did you retest all of these items?
No, I did not.
So basically, what did you do when you switched over from the traditional or binary interpretation to StarMix?
I reinterpreted the data. When I validated StarMix in my laboratory, we reevaluated some of our interpretation thresholds. And of course, we went online with StarMix. So because StarMix was validated with the amplification kit that I was used previously in this case, the kit did not change. It was the same type of data. I just reinterpreted it with our new reinterpretation guidelines. I didn't go back and retest anything or re-extract anything, just simply reinterpreted it.
And I want to ask one follow-up question related to that, which I think covers one of the things you just mentioned, which is the thresholds. Earlier in the testimony, when you were talking about, and I'm going to use couch piece 1 as an example, you had mentioned when you were looking at that there was a mixture of at least 4 individuals. Do you recall that part of your testimony?
Yes.
And then when you looked at this item again and the data from this item again under StarMix, you testified that it was a mixture consistent with 5 individuals.
Yes.
Can you reconcile that for the jury so they understand how that can still be consistent?
Yes. So before StarMix, I interpreted binary interpretation and determined that there was at least 4. What saying at least 4 means that there's a possibility of additional contributors, but at a minimum, I see 4 contributors. when we moved on to StarMix, the analytical threshold of our instrument, so the threshold in which we can detect data, was lowered, and therefore I could see additional peaks that were not present before, and that told me that there was at least an additional contributor there. So that's why my interpretation changed, because the analytical threshold had changed.
And I think to follow up on that, it doesn't invalidate data or conclusions you had reached prior?
No, they were just made under a different set of interpretation guidelines.
Thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome.
I want to move on to lab request 149, and if we could start by first talking about the date that the report was issued.
It was February 11th, 2020.
With respect to this particular request, it looks as though you were asked to examine item 1304884, 1304885, and 1304886, which were various garbage bag boxes that were located in Ms. Feldman's residence, and they are designated by placards 63, 64, and 65 in those photos, so the jury has a reference point for what we're talking about. I want to talk to you about the conclusions you reached, and I believe as part of this analysis, not only did you examine or swab the boxes, but also there was swabs that had been taken of bags. So it's clear when we talk about your results. Is that appear to be accurate?
The items came to me as swabs. I didn't actually swab the items themselves.
So this was a situation where someone previously had taken the swabs of both the boxes and the bags, and then you processed those.
Correct.
So let's talk about the results you reached, starting with item 1304884.
So for 844-A is how I designated it. The partial mixed DNA profile obtained from this item is consistent with originating from 3 individuals. Assuming that Allison Feldman is a contributor to this mixture, no comparisons can be made to the limited foreign genetic information.
And then just, you mentioned A, I think I have listed in the PowerPoint bag. Is that a bag from item 1019638, which is comprising, the swab is 1304884.
Yes. The description for the item is item 1304884-A, wet dry swabs from garbage bag.
Now, if you could tell us the result from the swab related to the box.
That was designated item 1304884-B, wet dry swabs from garbage bag box. The mixed DNA profile obtained from this item is consistent with originating from 4 individuals. Assuming Allison Feldman is a contributor to this mixture, it is 664 times more likely to obtain the observed DNA results if Alex S. is a contributor than if he is not a contributor. This analysis provides moderate support for the proposition that Allison Feldman and Alex S. are both contributors to the DNA profile obtained from this item. Item 1209828 Mitchum is excluded as a possible contributor.
Moving on to 1304885, were those also, like the previous item we discussed, broken down into A and B?
Yes.
And A being wet and dry swabs from the bag, and then B being wet and dry swabs from the box.
Correct.
If you could please discuss your results with us related to those 2 items.
So for item 1304885-A, the wet dry swab from the garbage bag, the mixed DNA profile obtained from this item is consistent with originating from 3 individuals. It is 221 times more likely to obtain the observed DNA results if Allison Feldman is a contributor than if she is not a contributor. This analysis provides moderate support for the proposition that Allison Feldman is a contributor to the DNA profile obtained from this item. It is 49 times more likely to obtain the DNA results if Ian Mitcham is not a contributor than if he is a contributor. This analysis provides limited support for the proposition that Ian Mitcham is not a contributor to the DNA profile obtained from this item. And Alex S. was excluded as a possible contributor to this item.
And then B.
The mixed DNA profile obtained from this item, which again was the garbage bag box, is consistent with originating from 3 individuals. Assuming Allison Feldman is a contributor to this mixture, it is 44.7 times more likely to obtain the observed DNA results if Alex S. is a contributor than if he is not a contributor. This analysis provides limited support for the proposition that Allison Feldman and Alex S. are both contributors to the DNA obtained from this item. Ian Mitcham is excluded as a possible contributor.
And then finally, item 1304886. I don't believe that was broken down into A and B like the previous 2 items. Is that correct?
That's correct. I just have the description as from the bag box.
Okay. Tell us about the conclusions you reached there.
The mixed DNA profile obtained from this item is consistent with originating from 4 individuals. Assuming that Allison Feldman is a contributor to this mixture, it is 3.52 times 10 to the 10th times more likely to obtain the observed DNA results if Alex S. is a contributor than if he is not a contributor. This analysis provides very strong support for the proposition that Allison Feldman and Alex S. are both contributors to the DNA profile obtained from this item. Ian Mitcham is excluded as a possible contributor.
Okay, moving on to lab request 154. Now, before we get into this lab request, I want to talk to you about something that we covered yesterday and can remind the jury of this particular point. You indicated earlier, because in the photo for this particular slide, there are pictures of handles that are on the washing machine and dryer, and then there are laundry cabinets that are clearly labeled A, B, and C, the knobs. What we discussed earlier in your testimony was that when you tested the knobs for the first time, you did swabbing, those knobs were removed from, you received them removed from the cabinets. You did not go out to the scene and swab the while they were still affixed to the cabinets.
That is correct.
And I think you testified that you learned at some point that when the crime scene specialists were out at the scene, they had taken swabs of these knobs while they were still affixed to the cabinets.
That is correct.
But the knobs that you processed, where you took the swabs and then did the analysis, that was done before analysis was done on the swabs that were taken first by the crime scene folks.
Correct.
So we have laundry room handle swab A, B, C, D, and E. And I would like to talk to you about the results for those items. And we can begin with swab 1019374.
So a portion of that swab was taken for DNA analysis, and no DNA foreign to Allison Feldman was obtained from that item.
There's one thing I do want to ask you about. Well, let me have you keep going. If I think of the extra question I wanted to ask you, go ahead with 101-9375.
So for laundry room handle B, no DNA profile was obtained from that item.
101-9376.
Laundry room handle swab C, a portion of that item was sampled for DNA analysis. The mixed DNA profile obtained from this item is consistent with originating from 3 contributors. Assuming that Allison Feldman is a contributor to this mixture, the DNA profile obtained from this item is 4.14 times 10 to the 15 times more likely if it originated from Allison Feldman, Alex S., and 1 unknown contributor than if it originated from Allison Feldman and 2 unknown contributors. And this likelihood ratio provides very strong support for the inclusion of Allison Feldman and Alex S.
I want to just ask you quickly, I think this was the question I wanted to make sure I was being correct. We have it laundry room A, B, and C marked, and then I don't know if the jury can tell or if you can see in the picture that D and E are the swabs that came from the handles on the appliances, based on the photograph.
Based on the photo, yes.
Okay, so let's move into 101-9377.
That is laundry room handle swab D. Due to the limited genetic information obtained on this item, no conclusions can be drawn or comparisons made to reference samples.
And then 101-9378.
That's laundry room handle swabs E. Assuming Allison Feldman is a contributor to this mixture, no comparisons can be made to the limited foreign DNA obtained.
I want to move on to the continuation of lab request 154, where you looked at the 12, or you looked at swabs, or examined swabs, I should say process swabs, from 12 areas on the dresser and then the nightstand. Previously, when you testified, these were, if you recall, knobs 1 through 12, and then they were knobs 1, 2, and 3 on the nightstand. I believe in this request, they are now labeled by letters. Much like the laundry room hardware that we just discussed, when you tested the hardware or when you performed the analysis on knobs related to the dresser and the nightstand, you did those after they had been removed from the furniture.
Correct.
And then much like the laundry room knobs, you learned that the crime scene folks, while they had been at the scene, had swabbed these items while they were still affixed to the furniture.
Correct.
And just like the laundry room hardware, you processed and tested your swabs before you had ever processed and tested the swabs that had been taken at the scene.
Correct.
So I want to talk to you about these 4 items, which I'm just going to use, say, 379, 380, 388, and 392, which are swab from the drawer A, swab B, swab G, and swab J, which refer to the various drawers moving from left to right on this piece of furniture. So I'd like to talk to you about the conclusions you've reached for these 4.
So for master bedroom handle swab A, due to the limited genetic information obtained on this item, no conclusions can be drawn or comparisons made to reference samples.
Did that conclusion actually apply to the remaining 3 swabs from B, G, and J as well?
That is correct. The same conclusion was made for all 4 samples.
Moving on to swabs from the drawers that were labeled as D, E, and I, and then N, which came from the nightstand. And those items end with 382, 385, 391, and 400. So if we could talk about the results that you've reached for those items.
So for handle D, no DNA foreign to Allison Feldman was obtained from this item.
E,
No DNA profile was obtained from this item.
and then 391 and 400.
Both of them had the conclusion that assuming Allison Feldman is a contributor to this mixture, no comparisons can be made to the limited foreign DNA obtained.
And even though on the nightstand previously, when you had tested the hardware, it was 1, 2, 3, for purposes of the jury understanding what we're talking about, after the drawers were labeled, there was a continuation of MNO, and we'll be able to, it's reflected in the photograph. So now I want to talk to you about some of the other remaining hardware from these drawers, one taken from what was labeled as C, H, K, and O, ending in 381, 390, 394, and 399. I would like you to tell us about the conclusions you reached with respect to each of those items.
So for the master bedroom handle swab C, the partial mixed DNA profile obtained from this item is consistent with originating from 3 contributors. A DNA profile attributed to an Investigative Services Bureau staff member was identified on this item. Assuming Allison Feldman and a staff member of the Investigative Service Bureau are contributors to this mixture, the DNA profile obtained from this item is 3.5 times more likely if it originated from Allison Feldman, an ISB staff member, and Alex S. than if it originated from Allison Feldman, an ISB staff member, and an unknown contributor.
And I believe we heard testimony, and later we learned that they've heard him referred to a lot of different ways based on the various positions that he held, but that it was Lockerbie.
That's correct.
Okay. Who had testified that he had been working in the bedroom when processing the scene, one of the people alongside Cat Palma. I want to move on to 101-9390.
That is master bedroom handle swab H. The partial mixed DNA profile obtained from this item is consistent with originating from 3 contributors. Assuming that Allison Feldman is a contributor to this mixture, the DNA profile obtained from this item is 1.21 times 10 to the 22nd times more likely if it originated from Allison Feldman, Alex S., and one unknown male contributor. I'm sorry, just one unknown contributor. I didn't specify male. Than if it originated from Allison Feldman and 2 unknown contributors.
Moving on to 101-9394.
I'm sorry, I do have another
Oh, I'm
conclusion for
sorry.
that item. Assuming Allison Feldman is a contributor to this mixture, the DNA profile obtained from this item is 2.57 times more likely if it originated from Allison Feldman and 2 unknown contributors than if it originated from Allison Feldman, Ian Mitcham, and 1 unknown contributor.
So what does that mean?
It means that it's more likely that it was Allison, that the DNA could be contributed to Allison Feldman and 2 unknown contributors than if it was Allison Feldman, Ian Mitcham, and an unknown contributor, meaning that there was limited support for exclusion for Ian Mitcham.
101-9394.
That is for master bedroom handle K. The mixed DNA profile obtained from this item is consistent with originating from 3 contributors. A DNA profile attributed to the crime scene unit staff member was identified on this item. Assuming Allison Feldman is a contributor to this mixture, the DNA profile obtained from this item is 14,300 times more likely if it originated from Allison Feldman, a crime scene unit member, and Alex S. than if it originated from Allison Feldman, a staff member of the crime scene unit, and an unknown male contributor.
And I think is there one more conclusion related to?
No, there's not.
Okay. And then with respect to the crime scene unit member, you were able to determine that that was Kat Palma?
That's correct.
And I think you talked to us about this earlier, that you folks working in the lab as well as the crime scene unit, there are DNA samples on file. So when things like this potentially happen, it can be identified.
Yes, when the samples are run through StarMix, they're run through a staff database so that if there is any contamination from an employee that had handled or processed the scene, if it reaches to a certain threshold, then it will return that name to us.
Moving on to 1019399.
That is master bedroom handle swab O. And the mixed DNA profile obtained from this item is consistent with originating from 3 contributors. Assuming that Allison Feldman is a contributor to this mixture, the DNA profile obtained from this item is 8.59 times 10 to the 24th times more likely if it originated from Allison Feldman, Alex S., and an unknown contributor than if it originated from Allison Feldman and 2 unknown contributors. Then assuming Allison Feldman is a contributor to this mixture, the DNA profile obtained from this item is 5.59 times more likely if it originated from Allison Feldman and 2 unknown contributors than if it originated from Allison Feldman, Ian Mitcham, and 1 unknown contributor. Again, that likelihood ratio supports, it demonstrates limited support for exclusion of Ian Mitcham being a contributor to that mixture.
And then moving on, I already advanced the slide to the final handles on these drawers and our nightstand, 386, 396, and 398, which swab F, swab L, and swab M.
For master bedroom handle swab F, the mixed DNA profile obtained from this item is consistent with originating from 2 contributors. Assuming Allison Feldman is a contributor to this mixture, the DNA profile obtained from this item is 6.26 times 10 to the 8 times more likely if originated from Allison Feldman and Alex S. than if originated from Alice Feldman and an unknown contributor.
And then moving on to 396 and 398.
For master bedroom handle swab L, the partial mixed DNA profile obtained from this item is consistent with originating from 2 contributors. Assuming Allison Feldman is a contributor to this mixture, the DNA profile obtained from this item is 4.45 times 10 to the 8 times more likely if it originated from Allison Feldman and Alex S. than if it originated from Allison Feldman and an unknown contributor.
And I believe the result was similar for 398?
Yes, the likelihood ratio is a different number. The partial mixed DNA profile obtained from handle M is consistent with originating from 2 contributors. Assuming Allison Feldman is a contributor to this mixture, the DNA profile obtained from this item is 2.65 times 10 to the 5th times more likely if it originated from Allison Feldman and Alex S. than if it originated from Allison Feldman and an unknown contributor.
Moving on to lab request 155, which I believe you processed.
Yes.
First, I would like to start with the date that you issued that report.
August 21st, 2023.
And much like other slides like this that we discussed, at some point, Detective McWilliams obtained a DNA sample from Craig Mitchum, who was determined to be the defendant's brother, and it was submitted to the lab. Did you have the opportunity, as part of this lab request, to do analysis on a DNA sample for a person by that name and then compare it to PMH
Yes,
or to Mitchum at this point? At this point, we know
that's correct.
Ian Mitchum.
Well, it wasn't compared to him. It was compared still to the DNA profile obtained from PMH.
Okay. So kind of I understand what you're saying. And what was the result?
That Craig Mitchum was excluded as a possible contributor to the DNA profile obtained from PMH.
At this point, even though it was compared against PMH, you had already, or we had already learned the identity of the person who that profile belonged to.
Of a person that was included in the mixture, correct, yes.
And then moving on to lab request 157, which I believe was the last lab request you processed in this case. Can you please tell us the date you issued this report?
September 19th, 2025.
And the jury heard from various people that Allison had kept her keys on a blue Marc Jacobs key ring, which was collected and photographed in this photo as PM84. It became item 101-9763. This item is actually admitted in evidence at this point. Were you asked to perform DNA analysis on this particular item of evidence?
Yes.
And what was the result of that analysis?
The partial mixed DNA profile obtained from this item is consistent with originating from two contributors. Assuming that Allison Feldman is a contributor to this mixture, the DNA profile obtained from this item is 12.5 times more likely to be observed if it originated from Allison Feldman and Alex S. than if it originated from Allison Feldman and an unknown contributor. Also, I compared James Calsomidas and Ian Mitcham, and both of them were excluded as possible contributors to this mixture.
I want to talk to you a little bit about, we've seen charts, and there were charts made as part of the work that you did in this case. And I believe the best way, I think that you said to refer to these are allele charts.
Correct.
And can you explain what we're looking at in a chart like this?
That is actually the data that comes off on the electropherogram that I spoke about previously in my testimony. They are the alleles that comprise that DNA profile from that item.
So I think we established earlier that the profile that you obtained from PMH, you had mentioned there were indications of a minor contributor. And if we look at that SE33 location, is that where you were seeing those indications?
Yes, during my original interpretation, those were the minor peaks that I detected.
And you mentioned earlier in your testimony, I think that was actually yesterday, that you were able to, because you basically referred to it as basically a single source profile.
It was primarily a single source, correct?
And I think you provided a ratio, 99-1.
Correct.
And we established earlier in your testimony that, I think it's hard to tell on the screen, but with respect to the two stray, the ones where you're seeing the indications of a minor contributor, that all the locations highlighted in green belonged to, or that profile was compared against the reference sample of Ian Mitcham.
Yes, it was.
And To the right of the photograph of Ian Mitcham, are we seeing a chart that reflects the full profile that you got from a buccal swab of Ian Mitcham?
Yes.
And so if you look between PMH and the reference sample, you're able to see those numbers at the various locations.
Yes.
I know there's a lot of charts and a lot going on here.
Yes.
As you were testing items, you mentioned that you were also using other reference samples, one being Allison Feldman, the other being Alex. And then early on, you looked at a reference sample for the UPS driver we heard, Ed Pfeiffer.
Yes.
Are all of those DNA profiles from those reference samples reflected in the chart most to the left on this slide?
Yes.
And then we have the PMH profile that you obtained from that cluster stain. And then to the right, you also, at some point, were provided with a reference sample for James Castellamidis.
Correct.
And does that allele chart reflect the information at all of those locations for him, similar to what we discussed with Ian Mitcham?
Yes.
And when you look at PMH and then you look at James Castellamidis and you look at each location, is that the way that you're able to exclude somebody from a particular item of evidence?
Yes. Especially during binary interpretation. We are allowed to make visual exclusions with the data, as I had used to do when binary interpretation, when it comes to maybe a single source or two-person mixtures. However, when the profile becomes more complex with more contributors, the requirement is to run a likelihood ratio to determine whether or not the likelihood ratio supports an exclusion or inclusion.
And then to the most right of this particular slide, was that the data that you received from the electropherograms related to, and this is just as an example here, to the broken bottle cap end and broken bottle broken end? Was that the data that you had received initially when you were doing the binary interpretation?
That's correct.
And it has color on it, given that we talked about how the locations that were attributed to Mitchum are highlighted in green. Is that same color being utilized when you're looking at those other two charts to reflect locations where the data is similar to Mitchum or consistent with Mitchum's profile?
Correct.
And is the pink reflective of Allison, like we're seeing in the chart all the way to the left from her reference sample?
Correct.
And again, just another example for you to just help illustrate some of the conclusions you reached in this case. Again, we're seeing the profile that you obtained from the cluster stain. To the right, we talked about evidence item 1019873, which was the laundry room knob 2 that you examined. What are we looking at in that middle chart related to that item of evidence?
That is the DNA profile that was entered into StarMix.
And then similarly, are you then, because you mentioned that it doesn't just end with StarMix, that you as an analyst come in after the fact and go through and make sure everything appears to be working properly. Is that fair?
Yes.
And so do you then eyeball, I guess, the data and compare it at the different locations, or explain, if I'm getting it wrong, if you could just explain exactly what you're doing?
Yeah, I no longer do the comparison like that. I am checking the diagnostics that come off the instrument, through the software, my apologies, and make sure that all the diagnostics look like they make sense and are in ranges that is based on my expectations.
I guess a better question would be, you mentioned that when you did analysis on laundry room knob 2, that the profile you had obtained from PMH, which was essentially a single source profile, was similar to the partial profile that you had obtained from laundry room knob 2.
Correct, with my original binary interpretation.
And does that appear to be consistent?
Yes, this is a picture that's actually the profile that was entered into StarMix. So it's not like the typed allele chart that you see like the others.
And then again, we have James Castellamidis to the right, which is a profile that you had the reference sample at, where you were able to also look at various locations throughout your analysis.
Correct.
I have a few more questions. We talked about items and StarMix, and so one of the items that we discussed were the results related to the exterior Arcadia door handle. Do you recall discussing those conclusions?
Yes.
And was StarMix able to determine a ratio an approximate ratio of the mixture from the exterior door handle of 91 to 9?
Yes, StarMix does determine an estimated mixture proportion of the mixture that is obtained from more than one individual.
And that ratio in this case was 91 to 9?
Correct.
Similarly, was StarMix able to do the same for the cap end of the bottle, determine the approximate ratio of the mixture, that being 53, 46, 1?
I would have to look at the paperwork to know for sure.
Sure.
Can you tell me what request number we're in?
I believe it's 140 off the top of my head. Yeah, 140. And I think that's going to answer my next two, or will help you with the question that I have after as well.
Are we talking about laundry knob number 2?
No, now we're talking about cap end of the beer bottle.
Okay.
Given that you testified laundry room knob 2 is a single source partial mixture, or single source partial profile.
Correct. Okay, for the approximate mixture contributions, it was 53, 46, and 1%.
For the cap end or part A.
Yes.
And then I want to ask you the same question for the broken end, the approximate mixture ratio.
That mixture ratio was approximately 80%, 16%, and 3%.
One moment. I do not have anything additional. Thank you.
All right, and cross-examination, Mr. Kirchler, whenever you're ready.
Okay. Judge, can I just have a moment to get
Sure,
something on my read?
absolutely.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm not going to go through everything again, so I'm going to try to be as efficient as I can, okay?
Yes.
I want to talk to you about what you did in this case and some of the analysis that you've done and the results that you've talked to us about, okay?
Okay.
We just heard about all the samples that you did an analysis of, correct?
Yes.
And your work's been documented throughout these reports that you've kind of read from, correct?
Correct.
And I think you told Ms. Otis that it would be impossible for you to remember everything word for word. So this is how you documented at the time that you get those results and you put it into a report, correct?
That's correct.
We've previously talked about PMH, correct?
Yes.
And you developed that within a week of the homicide, correct?
Correct.
And that was in lab request number 23.
Correct.
That sample was compared to a number of buccal swabs in this case, correct?
Yes.
And you did a good portion of them.
Yes.
Other forensic scientists also were assigned to compare PMH to those buccal swabs, correct?
Yes.
I think without going into all of them, multiple lab requests came over a period of a couple of years with those buccal swabs, correct?
Correct.
We saw some that had, 15 names in them, correct?
Yes.
And some that had one.
Yes.
And each time you'd look at PMH and you'd compare that known profile, correct?
From a reference sample, yes.
I want to talk to you about a reference sample. You've mentioned that a couple of times. When a buccal swab is taken from somebody, it uses a different kit than like something from the scene. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And that's called a global filer.
The kit that we use for reference samples is called Global Filer Express, and it's an amplification kit that's specified for reference samples. It's a quicker method than extracting profiles from evidence samples because they're known references and a known source, and also typically a buccal swab, which is a rich source of DNA. It's a kit that processes reference samples in a much shorter time period.
And we talked about how DNA is extracted from a sample, like a swab. And Tina Gore gave a good example of that you basically take the portion of the swab, you put it in some chemicals, and it's like a washing machine. Is that how you see it too?
Yes,
And then the chemicals essentially get all the DNA off of that swab into a form that they can put through a machine, correct?
that's correct.
And when we talk about that extraction process, that's done in the lab and through a machine, correct?
It's several steps and several instruments that it goes through the entire process.
And you make that, you call it an instrument.
Yes,
And that's different than StarMix, correct?
yes, StarMix is a software.
It is not an instrument that something's run through, correct?
It's correct, it's a software.
It's something that's on like a personal computer or a PC, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it's something that's like an Excel-based program, so to speak, correct?
It's much more complex than an Excel program.
It's a software designed to deconvolute mixtures, which you talked about, correct?
Correct.
And it's a software that's designed to help interpret those mixtures, correct?
Correct.
But to run that software, you can't be just some Joe off the street, correct?
That's correct.
You have to have that experience like you have, correct?
Correct.
And, to run this software, actually people go to classes that are given by the StarMix folks, correct?
That is correct.
And it's discussed on how an analyst could actually do these calculations by hand, correct?
Some of them, yes, yes.
But pretty complex, correct?
Yes, it would take a very, very long time.
And when we're talking about, and I just want to go back to, StarMix is a probabilistic genotyping software for the interpretation and statistical evaluation for forensic DNA profiles. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that comes from StarMix. That's how they define what their software is.
But that's a definition of probabilistic genotyping.
And when we talk about the likelihood ratio, I want to be very clear. It expresses which of two considered hypotheses explain the observed evidentiary profile. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So basically, you have two possible scenarios, correct?
Correct.
One's called HP, generally by their stuff,
Sometimes, yes, that's what it's called.
and that's the numerator.
Correct.
And the denominator is another hypothesis, correct?
Correct.
Sometimes called HD, correct?
Correct.
And we saw that demonstrated in slide, I don't remember the number, but when we talked about the verbal scale, they had the HP and HD. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And likelihood ratios are not probabilities, correct?
That's correct. It's a ratio of probabilities.
It's a ratio of probabilities given two possibilities to explain results, correct?
To explain the DNA results, correct.
So for instance, and I don't want to go too deep into this, but the point is that this program is using statistical analysis for the population of how often something might be seen within the population as part of their calculation. Is that correct?
Allele frequencies are used, yes, as part of the calculation.
And when we talk about the two possibilities or hypothesis, you've mentioned that it's like Allison plus an unknown, correct?
Depending on what the mixture is and what the scenario, yes.
And you've talked about Allison plus a person of interest, correct?
Correct.
And in that software, that's called conditioning, when you have a known profile that you expect to see in the mixture. Is that correct?
Correct. When I was making my conclusions and saying, assuming the presence of Allison Feldman, I was what is also called conditioning. I'm making the assumption that the presence of her DNA is present in that mixture.
And the POI, or the person of interest, is another thing that you can test within that program, correct?
In addition to an assumed contributor, yes.
And essentially, you can enter these profiles into the program using either a text file, correct?
Correct.
Or you can use a CSV file, correct?
Correct.
And that's a comma-separated value Excel kind of thing, correct?
I'm not very familiar with different types of file types.
But that's what you used, correct?
Correct.
And you get those values through the electropherograms, correct?
That's correct.
And when we're having StarMix evaluate this information, StarMix is looking at a couple of things, correct?
It's looking at a lot of things.
Bear with me for just a moment. One is the allele repeat that's present, so like a 15, 19, right?
Yes, the actual allele types it's looking at, correct.
It's looking at the size of that allele, I guess, correct?
Correct.
And it's also looking at the RFU in the electropherogram, correct?
That is correct.
So those three components help it kind of decipher the sample, correct?
Of the profile, of just the actual alleles of the profile, yes.
And you have to have that information for each of the profiles for it to consider it, correct?
I mean, all three of those data points need to be
Correct.
present in an evidence profile, correct.
And when you run this thing, I'm going to skip a little bit ahead, you get a likelihood ratio from, if you're trying to figure out a mixture and who contributed to that mixture, you get a likelihood ratio of the two possibilities, right?
Well, that's a separate part of the software.
I'm moving
Okay,
fast,
so
sorry.
yes, moving to the statistical analysis, yes.
And this program, and in fact, it uses a process, a mathematical process called Markov Chain Monte Carlo, MCMC, correct?
That is correct.
And essentially, that's like, it runs a number of scenarios, much like the game of Battleship, right? Where you're trying to figure out where the right thing is, correct?
Well, I want to make sure, are you talking about the likelihood ratio portion of the software?
MCMC.
We're now going back to the interpretation
We're
part
going
of
to
the software.
MCMC first.
Sorry, hold on, one at a time.
Sorry,
Thank you.
we're going to MCMC first.
Okay, so that's the
Okay.
interpretation part, yes.
Yeah. Sorry, I did it again. So we're talking about the MCMC. It's a process where StarMix runs a number of possibilities that determine the most likely, or the most where it fits, right?
It builds profiles based on different parameters and probabilities and then compares it to the profile that I've entered into StarMix, which is considered the observed profile. So the profile that it builds, it compares to the profile that I had entered it into StarMix.
And you want to see, for that part, when you do the diagnostics, like 10,000 runs, correct?
Oh, accepts. It does so many accepts of building these profiles. It does so many of them, and it has to reach a certain level before, during the MCMC process, it does so many until it reaches a certain point, yes.
And then I want to talk to you about, you used a verbal scale before, and I think that's quite confusing, actually. You gave a number, correct? Before the verbal scale.
The likelihood ratio now?
Yes.
Okay, yes,
You give that number, correct?
correct.
And that is a statistical or mathematical number that you're able to produce, correct? Or StarMix produces,
Correct.
based on the two hypotheticals, correct?
Yes.
And when you look at that number, Swigdam recommends using a verbal scale when testifying, correct?
That is correct.
And that verbal scale that I'm going to show you, it's been marked as 699. I think you've already seen that. This is just for demonstrative purposes. This is contained in the slide.
Okay.
Here, thank you.
Turn your lens.
Oh, thank you. And this is what's recommended, and in fact, it's on the bottom of most of your reports. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this is that scale to explain those numbers to lay people like me, correct?
Correct.
And less than, you said less than 2 is kind of uninformative or doesn't really give us much information. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then those are the scale, the limited support is 2 to 99. So if something's 99 or 98 times more likely, then it's still limited support, correct?
Yes, that likelihood ratio is in the limited support category for the verbal scale.
And really what we are looking for very strong report is when it's over 1 million, correct?
Yes, anything over 1 million falls into the very strong support.
So that hypothesis on the top is over 1 million times more likely than the one on the bottom, correct?
That's correct.
So like yesterday, we talked about the 80% and the 20%. It was a 4.
Correct.
That would be limited support, correct?
A 4 would be limited support, correct.
I want to go back a little bit, get off of StarMix for a while. I want to talk to you about the process that Scottsdale uses to ensure that there's not DNA that is unexpected within a scene or within the lab, okay?
Okay,
You talked to us about people wearing gloves, correct?
correct.
That's a way so that skin cells don't get into, whatever you're touching or using or being around, correct?
That's one of the reasons, yes.
And we talked about booties at the scene, correct?
Correct.
We talked about in the lab how you guys clean the surfaces that you're working on, correct?
Correct.
And I think you've testified, and we may have heard from other people, that it's some solution that is somewhere between 3 and 10%. Is that correct? Of bleach.
Correct. We use a bleach solution in order to decontaminate utensils and the lab benches that we work on in the lab.
And when you say utensils, tools that you guys are using, correct?
Tools, tweezers, and scissors, things like that.
And those kind of reduce the possibility of introducing DNA foreign to what's already there, correct?
Correct.
And you've mentioned a couple of times where we've seen, like, for instance, Detective Lockerbie on something at the scene, correct?
That's correct.
And you've talked about Jennifer Valdez being on something that she had handled in a other section that was present in the DNA, correct?
Correct.
And despite best efforts, DNA shows up, right?
Sometimes it does, yes.
You mentioned that bleach destroys DNA, correct?
Yes, it breaks it down.
So it breaks it down. It also prevents amplification, correct?
Correct.
So if something is on your table, it should, assuming it's sprayed fully and wiped down, it should prevent from DNA that was previously there coming through, correct?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Assuming that you use the solution correctly and you've wiped down your instruments and tables, there should be no DNA from the previous examination that an analyst did, correct?
That's correct. We bleached the countertops. We also put paper on top of the bench top and changed that in between samples.
Now, we've talked about throughout today and yesterday about the white spray that you saw on some of the cabinets and drawers. Is that right?
Yes,
And that was something that you noticed when you were walking through the scene, correct?
that's correct.
And you don't know what that white spray was.
No, I do not.
It wasn't tested.
That's correct.
You don't know if it's bleach or some other chemical.
That's correct.
You have testified today that on a number of the samples that you looked at, DNA was present, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, DNA was present that belonged to Allison
That's correct.
and Alex.
Yes.
And arguably, that DNA, let me go back. You can't tell me when that DNA was deposited on those items, correct?
That's correct.
You know it's probably not after, with respect to Allison and Alex, it's probably not after 4 p.m. on the 18th of February, correct?
I couldn't say that.
You could say that they're not in the house after that, correct? Because that's
Are you
when
talking about their DNA or whether they were present?
their DNA being deposited on that day. That's all you can say, correct?
Right. I have no idea when people were in or out of the crime scene.
Okay. Let me move on to the next thing. I want to talk to you about some more DNA basic stuff. When we talk about a single source, we're talking one person, correct?
That's correct.
When we talk about a mixture, it means that the DNA extracted comes from 2 or more people.
That's correct.
If there's a mixture and it's in that washing machine and it gets pulled out, it's kind of like scrambled eggs, right?
How do you mean?
Let me explain a little bit. So DNA comes from the nucleus, generally speaking, correct?
Yes.
And if the yolk is the nucleus, that's where the DNA would be found, correct?
That's correct.
And the white is just extra stuff, arguably.
Yes.
So when you scramble the 2 yolks together or 3 yolks together, it's all yellow, correct?
Yes, but that implies that the egg yolk is the same size for all the eggs, and sometimes there's less DNA being contributed to by someone than other individuals in a mixture.
And you answered 3 questions.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. So when you take those scrambled eggs and, different sizes, different contributions to that, omelet, StarMix and the CPI stuff that you were looking at, when you're trying to deconvolute it, you're trying to figure out which yolk the profile belonged to. Is that fair?
Trying to determine what portion of the DNA belongs to who, yes, or who could be building up that DNA mixture, who could be included in that mixture.
And that's where the electropherograms matter, where you can look at the RFUs and the size, correct?
That's correct.
And that's the data that you have, correct? As a scientist.
That's correct.
The who, right, is what you're trying to determine.
That's correct.
You're not scientifically able to say how it got there.
That's correct.
And you just told us you can't say when it got there.
That's correct.
You can say it got there.
That it's present, yes.
And you're testifying as to what you can see in a sample.
That's what's detected, absolutely, yes.
I want to talk to you about what we saw in this case and some of the samples that you've testified to today, okay?
Okay.
I want to talk to you about the bottle. And I'm not going to go through all the numbers unless you need me to. But if you need to refer to your report, I do have the lab numbers and the bottle,
Okay.
or the numbers, okay?
Okay,
So the bottle was examined by you, correct?
that's correct.
And that bottle, as a whole, failed to give indications of blood, correct?
I would have to look at my report.
It's lab number 47.
Okay. Are you sure it's 47? Request 47?
That's what my notes say. It's 101-9867. Let me go look at,
Are you talking about Bates numbering?
Lab request 26.
might be lab 26, I'm being informed.
That is correct. It failed to give chemical indications for the presence of blood.
And you testified kind of a part that you did two analyses of the bottle, correct?
That's correct.
You did one with the old way, the CPI,
That's
Correct.
correct.
the binary analysis,
That's correct.
and then you ran it through StarMix.
Correct.
And when you looked at it in the binary way, you said there was at least two contributors, correct?
For which portion?
The part A, so the cap end.
That's correct.
And you determine that by, at different loci, you see 4 alleles or more, correct?
If there were more than 4 alleles, then it would probably indicate more than 2 contributors.
And so what you expect to see for a single source is 2 alleles. You explained that earlier, correct?
Correct.
And since we get one from our mom and one from our dad, if there's 2 people there, it's going to be at least 3 because someone can share one. I guess 2 possibly, but assuming that you get 2 and 2, it's generally going to speak 4, assuming that they're heterozygote.
Assuming that they're heterozygous, yes. If both individuals are heterozygous, meaning they have 2 different alleles from each parent and not the same one, then I would expect that there would be 4 alleles at a locus.
And that, when you did it again with StarMix, you were able to determine that there were 3 for that one, correct?
That's correct.
And then you just gave us the percentages of what StarMix believed to be present, correct?
It's estimated mixture proportions, yes.
And that's based on, some of the data that you had entered in there from the electropherogram or the previous analysis, correct?
It's getting that information from more than just that, but yes, it's gleaming that information from partly from the data that it's given from the electropherogram.
And when let me go continue on this thing. So when you look at this mixture, you can't tell me when the DNA appeared on this. Let me rephrase that. You can't tell me that, for instance, person A put their DNA on this item at such and such time, correct?
If you're talking about there's more than one person on an, yes, that's correct.
So if there's 3 people on there, they don't all have to have deposited their DNA at the same time, correct?
That's correct.
All you can say is that there's DNA present, and it looks like 3 people, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, I want to move on to, in that same lab, we talk about the sunflower seeds, correct?
Yes.
And I'm not going to get real technical. There were a number of sunflower seeds that you examined, and you found that they were consistent with the profile belonging to Keith Canas, correct?
That's correct. I believe almost all of them matched his DNA profile.
And that was a single source, correct?
That's correct.
And you looked at his buccal swab and compared them, correct?
That's correct.
And then there was one that was in the door track of the sliding door, correct?
That's correct.
And that actually had a mixture, correct?
Correct.
And that mixture was consistent with contributions from Allison Feldman
Correct.
and consistent with Keith Canast as the second contributor, correct?
Correct.
And you were able to establish, at least through your analysis, a major and a minor contributor, correct?
That's correct.
And you established that the major contributor was Allison, correct?
That's correct.
And the minor contributor was Heath Canast.
Correct.
And again, you can't tell us that they both touched that thing at the same time, correct?
That's correct.
You can't tell us how their DNA got there, correct?
That's correct.
What you can say is profiles consistent with those two individuals are likely present on this sample, correct?
That's correct.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the Arcadia door sample, okay?
Okay.
You testified, and this is 101-9485, this is the exterior door handle, correct? I'll get the lab number. Where is it? 147. It's lab number 147.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the item number?
101-9485.
Yes, that was the exterior Arcadia handle swab.
You testified earlier that it was a partial profile, correct?
That's correct.
And when you say partial, what does that mean?
That means that DNA results were not obtained at all of the locations that I tested.
Now, this was a partial profile originating from two individuals, correct?
Let me verify, I believe so. Yes, that's correct.
And you did this analysis and you were able to see that there's no DNA on some of the loci that you just testified, correct?
That's correct.
And so you know that there's two people present, or arguably there's two people present, correct?
Yes, it appeared to me that there was two people present on that item.
How many loci were present? Was there an allele present?
I'd have to look at the electropharogram.
Do you have that with you?
Yes. It's going to take me a minute, sorry.
Judge, it might be a good time to take a break because I'm going to ask Ms. Beamer about a number of electrophorograms so I can prepare her.
All right, we're getting close to that 3 o'clock break time, so let's go ahead and take that break. Please remember the admonition, and we will return in or around 3:15. Thank you.
Please rise for the jury. To this mixture, correct?
Yes, that was my interpretation.
And you noted on the electropharogram that at 6 locations that there was the second person, correct?
Yes, at 6 locations indicated what I felt best indicated, demonstrating that the mixture showed a mixture of 2 people.
And you testified earlier that that you're able to make a determination that the probability of that Allison and Alex were excluded from this mixture, correct?
That's correct.
And you don't know who that second person is, correct?
That's correct.
And there's only roughly 6 places that you can see a second person, correct?
That's correct.
I want to move on to the laundry knob number 2, correct? Or, okay?
Okay.
That is in lab number 140, and it also corresponds to knob B, which I believe is in lab 98. I might have them reversed.
That's correct.
On the one, you found that there was no DNA present, correct?
On the actual knob, correct. I did not find any DNA profile.
Can we,
That was the knob that,
correction, can we just correct the record? It was not 140 is.
Hold on. I'll have you approach, please.
did I?
It's 154.
Forty and 154. Okay?
Okay.
They're both the same knob that we're going to talk about, correct?
They're 2 different samples from the same item, correct?
And you testified earlier that one knob was swabbed at the scene, correct?
That's correct.
And that was not by you.
Correct.
And then there was the same knob had been removed from the cabinet, correct?
Correct.
And you received that knob, correct?
Yes.
And then you swabbed it.
Correct.
And on knob number 2, which is the knob that you swabbed, you were able to determine that there was a profile present, correct?
Correct.
And on the one that was swabbed from the scene, there was no DNA present, correct?
Correct. There was no DNA obtained from that item.
And the one that, now, the one that you determined that there was a profile present, you have the electropharogram for that, is correct?
I do.
And you were able to look at that during the break, correct?
Correct.
and you were able to see that it's a partial profile.
Correct.
And that's what you determined before. You're not looking at it for the first time, right?
That's correct.
And you're able to say that when you look at it, there were 14 alleles present, correct?
There were 14 locations with where DNA was detected, in addition to the amylogenin and gender determination marker.
And at each of the locations, there was only one allele present, correct?
No, that's not correct.
There was a location that has two?
Are you talking about two individuals or two peaks?
Two individuals.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're talking about the right item. 1019873.
Correct.
Okay. There are a couple of locations that have more than one peak present.
And you're able to determine that it belongs to one individual, correct?
This appears to be a mixture of two people.
Then I have it wrong. Now, at this, are you able to determine the RFU, correct?
This electropharogram does not have the RFU values printed on the electropharogram that I'm looking at.
The number. And take away from the electropharogram that you're looking at, when we're talking about RFU, what do we mean?
It's the peak height. It's the relative fluorescence unit of the peak. It's what essentially is how tall that peak is. It's a value to describe the height of the peak.
And when we're talking about peaks, that's relevant in determining whether or not you can make a call as an analyst, correct?
Correct.
You guys have standards for single people, at least at some point in your lab, that's about 100, correct?
The analytical threshold, yes. In my laboratory, the analytical threshold differs depending on what color of dye that we're speaking about, but it ranges from 100 to 150 RFU.
So when you have a peak height that is above that, you can make a call, correct?
That's correct.
And here you determined that there was 14 loci that have peak heights that are above that threshold, correct?
That's correct.
I want to talk to you about the Mark Jacobs keyring, okay?
Okay.
You gave us a number of pieces of information today, and I want to talk to you about those. But first, you did the analysis on this in 2025, correct?
Correct.
And you looked at the DNA profiles that were obtained, much like before. You get an electropharogram, correct?
Correct.
And you use that data, and then you also went through and used StarMix for this, correct?
That's correct.
And you were able to tell us that it was a mixture profile, correct?
That's correct.
And it appeared to have been two people, correct?
Sorry, it's been so many samples. I would have to verify that.
That's lab 157, and I'm talking about item number 1019763.
Yes, it was a mixture of two individuals.
And I want to use this as an example for StarMix because I think StarMix is a program that requires somebody who has some knowledge and makes determinations before data can be entered into it, correct?
That's correct.
And one of the things that you have to enter into it as an analyst is the number of contributors, correct?
That's correct.
And in this case, you would have looked at your electropharogram and looked at the data that you had and determined that there was two people present or two contributors, correct?
That's correct.
And when you put this through the software program, you're able to receive a an estimated mixture proportion, correct?
That's correct.
And you testified earlier that the mixture proportion for the mixture was 71% Allison, correct?
Correct.
And 29% somebody else.
Correct.
And you gave us a likelihood ratio, correct?
I did.
And that was 12.5% or 12.5, correct?
Yes.
And you said that is limited support for inclusion. And this is one of those terms, no matter how many times I hear it, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Can you break down what limited support for inclusion means?
It is just where the likelihood ratio fits, that value for the likelihood ratio fits into that range for the limited support for inclusion, which is the smallest range for inclusion, the smallest support category. So any likelihood ratio from 2 to 99 will fit into the limited support for inclusion category.
So I think you testified earlier that it is assuming, Allison, this is the condition, correct?
Correct.
That Alex contributed to this mixture 12.5 times more likely, no, I'm saying that wrong, because it's very specific at how you have to say it, is that correct?
That's correct.
So you need to make sure that this is correctly conveyed to others, say it in a certain way, correct?
Correct.
And rather than me butchering it, do you want to say it or do you want me to just say it?
I can repeat the conclusion.
Would you please do that?
Yes. Assuming that Allison Feldman is a contributor to this mixture, the DNA profile obtained from this item is 12.5 times more likely to be observed if it originated from Allison Feldman and Alex S. than if it originated from Allison Feldman and an unknown contributor.
So basically what this is saying is there's some support for Alex and Allison versus Allison and somebody unknown, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I want to move on to, let me back up just for a moment. And this was, you also had, you were able to make a comparison of whether iron was included in this, correct?
That's correct.
And you found that iron was excluded.
That's correct.
You also were able to look at James's profile, James Castellamides, and find that he's excluded from this profile, correct?
That's correct.
And so that I'm clear, in the course of the times that you were asked to do any analysis on James, you compared his profile to PMH, correct?
Correct.
And you compared it to the keyring, correct?
That's correct.
At this point, that's all you've compared James K to.
That's correct.
I want to talk to you about, we were talking about StarMix, and I said SWGDAM before, and I just kept going. Can you define SWGDAM, please?
Yes, SWGDAM is the scientific working group for DNA analysis, and it's a group that makes recommendations to crime laboratories regarding DNA analysis.
You also, during the course of your testimony, talked about no foreign DNA to Allison, correct?
That's correct.
So when you say that, you mean that Allison is included in that profile, correct?
That's correct.
And you're saying that nobody else is, correct?
That's correct. That I only detected her DNA.
I just have a couple more questions for you. Still talking about StarMix. Earlier you testified that you went online with StarMix in 2016, correct?
That's correct.
And this is a software program that's run by a computer, correct?
That's correct.
And you're able to put staff members' profiles into this program, correct?
That's correct.
Almost like a batch file.
It's a database that's within StarMix, yes.
So if there's an unknown person in a particular mixture, you're able to have that database inputted in there and run against that particular sample, correct?
Yes, it's a database of staff members.
And if a staff member comes up into that sample, you have that information present, correct?
That's correct.
And that's how you were able to determine it's Detective Lockerbie, correct?
That's correct.
Or Jennifer Valdez,
Correct.
or any other staff member, police officer, whomever you have in that database, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, your DNA is in that database, correct?
That's correct.
And when you are alerted that there's a staff member that shows up in a particular sample, you get like an email or a memo, correct?
It actually, once it does the search almost in real time, and so it tells me, I get the report right away that tells me whether or not there was a hit to the database.
And then you address it, correct?
That's correct.
You talk to that lab person or whoever it is, maybe, correct?
There's some investigation that's been done to make sure that they actually had been exposed to the evidence, they were at the scene, those kinds of things happen before it's just decided like that's their DNA there, or it's some type of an investigation that happens, a quality inquiry.
And sometimes you try to rerun the DNA, correct?
If there is DNA available to rerun, yes, we will rerun the DNA.
And if it's there, it's there, correct?
That's correct.
And you may try to figure out when it happened or how it happened, but at the end of the day, it's just there.
That's correct.
And when it's there, you report it, correct?
Correct.
And so like I would have already gotten that there was an investigative person there as part of your report, correct?
Correct.
I want to talk to you, go back to when you were at the house on the first night. Remember
Okay.
that?
Yes.
And you were there and you did a walkthrough, correct?
Correct.
And you made some notes, whether mentally or writing them down, correct?
Correct.
And you kind of pointed out certain things to detectives, correct?
Correct.
And one of the things that you have talked about numerous times is that you noted that there was a potential to have had been a struggle there, correct?
It appeared that that might be the case, yes.
And you're not saying that there was or was not, correct?
Correct.
But at some point, you were given a request to do the DNA analysis on PM67, which is a broken fingernail, correct?
Correct.
And that fingernail was found at the scene, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't see it at the scene.
I don't recall.
Okay, it was found on the 21st.
Okay.
So you were not at the scene.
Okay.
So when you were asked to do the DNA analysis, you did, correct?
That's correct.
And you were able to obtain a profile,
Correct.
and Ian's DNA was not on that nail.
That's correct.
want to talk to you about items that Ian was excluded from, okay?
Okay,
Ian was excluded from that fingernail,
correct,
kitchen knob 1 and 2,
correct,
the master bedroom knobs on the dresser,
correct,
the knobs on the nightstand,
correct,
the soap bottle that's in the kitchen, PM20,
correct,
the washer and dryer,
correct,
the 2 knobs on the ends, knob 1 and 3, or A and C.
in the laundry room, correct,
The laundry room door handle,
correct,
the interior front handles of the front door,
correct,
the garbage bags boxes that we talked about,
correct,
and the key ring, correct?
correct.
Let me just have a moment, Your Honor.
You may.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
All right, and then redirect by the state whenever you're ready.
Mr. Kirchler went through the different places that the defendant in this case was excluded from. You just answered those questions.
Yes,
There were lots of places where you couldn't exclude him.
that's correct,
And then there were multiple places where you were able to include him.
correct,
And I'm going to talk to you about that a little bit more in a moment. One of the things that I want to address with you briefly is the knob, the laundry room knob too.
okay,
The first thing I want to do is, I think, clarify some testimony that you gave, and I want you to turn to Lab Report 140.
okay,
There was some confusion about the lab report numbers related to this particular item, if you remember at the beginning of the questions. And then you asked a clarifying question about what specific item we were talking about. You said back the item number, but then you mentioned that there was a mixture. So I want to draw your attention to page 2 of Lab Report 140. At the bottom of that lab, where it addresses that item number 1019873, laundry knob 2. And have you read that to yourself.
Okay.
Was that a mixture?
No, it was single source.
And we talked about that when you swabbed the knob, it was after it had been taken off the piece of furniture.
That's correct.
And then we talked about a swab that had been taken of this same knob while it was still affixed to the furniture.
Correct.
And there were different results.
Correct.
You mentioned earlier, and we've heard discussion about swabbing, not only from you, but from Tina Gore, that you had the ability to swab the knob two. I don't know if you use this word, but the lab, is that a more optimal place?
Yes, if I had my preference of swabbing an item at the scene or in the laboratory, I would choose the laboratory.
Why?
Because it's indoors, it's a controlled atmosphere. The lighting is generally better than what it might be at a crime scene. I have all my tools necessary for the analysis right there right in arm's length. And I think that just because it's a controlled environment, I can control how I swab an item better than perhaps at a scene.
I think you also mentioned yesterday that once the knob was removed, it gave you more access to the item itself.
Correct.
And we had already heard testimony that from you as well as other people that this was one of the areas where you had observed spray over.
Correct.
So given that you're not there, fair to say you can't be certain how or what part of that knob the crime scene specialist may have accessed with her swab.
Correct.
When we talked about swabbing, we mentioned the appropriate way to do that, and I think you discussed the rotation of the swab.
Yes.
If that is not done correctly, could that impact any results?
It could, yes.
I want to talk to you about the items that Mr. Kirchler asked you about when he was getting very specific regarding the amount of alleles that were present. And I'll start with the Arcadia door,
Okay.
which was lab 147. You mentioned that it was a partial profile and it appeared to be a mixture consistent with two individuals. And tell me if I'm repeating this back incorrectly. That alleles were present at 11 locations plus 2 gender markers.
Correct.
And then you saw indications of a second person at 6 locations.
The loci that I was referring to is it is required in my laboratory to, when you make a determination of how many contributors that you think in the mixture, is to document the locations on the electropharogram that demonstrate the number of contributors that you've determined. And so the loci that are listed are the ones that I use to determine that indicated to me those are the loci that demonstrated that that was a mixture of 2 people.
And even though this was only a partial profile, if I'm understanding your testimony correctly from earlier, you were still able to conclude that it was essentially 163 trillion times more likely that Mitchum was a contributor versus that he was not a contributor. and that is page 5 of Lab 147.
It's, yes, 1.63 with 12 zeros behind it, times more likely to obtain the observed DNA results if Mitchum is a contributor than if he is not a contributor.
Moving on to the knob and knob 2 from the laundry room and the bottle caps, which are discussed in Lab Report 140. I believe you indicated with respect to knob 2, when you did the swabbing, that the results you obtained, and please correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't have an electropharogram in front of me, that there were alleles present at 14 locations plus I can't ever say that,
Amlogenin.
amlogenin. By the end of this trial, I'm going to know that, and another gender determination marker.
Correct.
And even though that is not a full profile, you testified it was a partial profile, you were still able to conclude that based on this number, that it was 22 million times more likely that it was consistent, or that Ian Mitcham was a contributor versus not being a contributor.
Again, the wording is very particular, but yes.
Say it how you want to say it.
It is 2.24 times 10 to the 7th times more likely to obtain the observed results if Mitchum is a contributor than if he was not a contributor.
And this was a profile where you didn't see indications of another person.
That's correct.
Moving on to the bottle cap. There were some questions about the amount of contributors between when you were doing the binary interpretation versus the StarMix. And what I'm asking you is, and I'll read the exact language, it is 4.70 times 10 to the 27th times more likely to obtain the observed DNA results if Mitchum is contributor than if he is not a contributor,
That is correct.
which essentially is 4 octillion times more likely.
Yeah, I can't do those numbers in my head, but yes, it's a very large number. It's 4.70 with 25 zeros after it.
And then with respect to the bottle end, same thing, 2.32 times 10 to the 15 times more likely to see this result if Mitchum is a contributor than if he is not a contributor,
Correct.
which, if I'm doing the math, is 2 quadrillion times more likely.
I believe so, yes.
You discussed a database and staff profiles being uploaded into that database.
StarMix contains a database with staff profiles in it.
Similar, so StarMix has this database that has employees in there.
Correct.
And does that run much like some of these other databases where we've discussed that if somebody's DNA profile has been uploaded into a system, then profiles can be run against that profile?
Yes.
And in this particular case, we went through a very long list, and it's been with you and Tina Gore, of men whose DNA samples were taken and even at a minimum put into the local database.
That's correct. If they were identified as suspects or were not identified as just an investigative lead. Those individuals were entered into our local database, which was then uploaded into the state CODIS database.
And one of those individuals was James Castellamides.
That's correct.
So as profiles are being entered, it's being checked against those databases at various times.
Yes, if a profile is being entered into CODIS, it's being searched against the local database.
We've heard testimony before this unknown male, unidentified male number 1 was identified as Ian Mitcham, that this unknown male's profile was put into CODIS.
Correct.
And that's how you were checking to see if anyone who had been previously put into that database, that you would get a hit on that, or a notification of some sort.
Well, I was doing a direct comparison with all the reference samples that we obtained throughout the years in this case.
No, what I'm talking about, and maybe it was a bad question, is before you started getting a bunch of reference samples, you had obtained a profile from PMH,
Yes,
and it was suitable to be put into CODIS.
correct,
And at this point, this is very early on in the investigation,
correct,
prior to you having all these reference samples.
correct.
And so at that point, when you didn't have all these other reference samples, that unknown male profile was being checked or compared against profiles that had already been in that system
That's correct.
to see if you received some type of notification or a hit.
That's correct.
And then as the case progressed, I think where we're getting at is that as you continued to get these reference samples, you were checking against that profile, and then some of these were even getting uploaded into multiple databases.
Correct.
As part of the work that you did in this case, you only were able to determine one unknown male profile from the items that you had tested.
Correct.
So
Can you approach, please?
I wanted to make it clear, in case for some reason it wasn't clear. I thought I was clear in my question, but perhaps I was not. That we heard about a lot of buccal swabs that were taken.
Correct.
And once there were profiles developed from these buccal swabs, that many of these individuals, not items of evidence from the scene, many of these individuals' profiles were then put into the local database, and then some even went higher.
Correct.
And that's when I had mentioned including one of those people being James Castellamidis,
That's correct.
and how those databases then over time continue to search, do that searching process that we talked about.
Correct.
What I was asking you before we went up to the bench was, you were able to determine when you were looking at the items of evidence in this case, you developed a profile for unknown male number one that we heard about,
Correct.
and that was a full profile.
Correct.
During the course of your analysis in this case, were you ever able to generate or determine the presence of another full unknown male profile?
No.
And had you done that and it had been suitable to put into CODIS, would all of those people that had been uploaded into those various databases have been checked against that profile?
If it met CODIS eligibility requirements, yes, it would.
We were talking about staff and the databases, and you mentioned that before you talk about results and things like that, if you get a notification that a potential profile could match a staff person, that you do some inquiry.
Yes.
And one of those things related to that inquiry is, was this person at the scene?
Yes.
In your mind, would that be a logical explanation for why that person's DNA was found at the scene?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
And ladies and gentlemen, if anyone from the jury has a question for this witness, we'll go ahead and collect it at this time. have a couple follow-up questions for you from the jury.
Okay.
The first question is, as part of your lab accreditation, is how StarMix used by lab personnel evaluated?
So when validation of StarMix was completed by myself, many studies were done. Once the validation has been completed, then each analyst in the laboratory is given a competency test. So it's a test that the analysts have to take to make sure that they understand. They receive training in addition to that, but then they have to take a test where they answered questions about the software, and they had to use the software and use it appropriately in a test and pass that successfully before they are allowed to use the software.
I'm sorry, the other part of the question is, if not, how is proficiency known in StarMix by the lab? In other words, how do you know results from StarMix are accurate?
So in addition to the competency test when StarMix is validated, the laboratory also has to participate. Each analyst has to do 2 proficiency tests a year, and a proficiency test is given to an analyst. It's a test where the analyst doesn't know the answer. It's given to an analyst by an external vendor that they know the answers. A person has to do that test twice a year, and we participate in a probabilistic genotyping proficiency test, so it also has that aspect of the testing in it. And so that part of the testing asks things like, is the number of contributors correctly identified, and is it used properly? And that's all part of the proficiency test that an analyst must complete twice a year.
Any follow-up by the state?
Did you pass all your tests?
I have, yes.
Did the other analysts that we spoke of?
Yes.
Any follow-up by the defense?
No, Your Honor.
The next question is laundry room. What was the outcome of, or was there a match from the swabbing done by the other CSI personnel? Were the results the same or different as the swabbing done by you? If not, why were they not tested?
They were tested and different results were obtained.
Any follow-up by the state?
I think that was the last thing, one of the last few points I covered with you regarding the lab conditions being more optimal to the scene and you having more access to the swab. And I think those were some of the things that you discussed when talking about the possibility with the different results.
Correct.
Any follow-up by the defense? Okay. The next one is, what was the LR ratio comparison from the traditional method versus using the StarMix method? What were the number from both methods?
I would have to know what item and specific item they're referring to.
Any follow-up by the state?
I think to clarify, you weren't using the likelihood ratio when you were using the traditional method.
Correct. It would have been a CPI calculation or a random match probability calculation, depending on the item of evidence that is being specifically asked about.
And I think you testified to some of those statistics where you were able to when you had reference samples available.
That's correct.
And I'm just trying to clarify, I believe you testified that with respect to unknown male contributor 1 or PMH, that without knowing the identity at that point, when you were still using that traditional method, you were, based on your lab protocols, you're unable to apply a statistic.
Correct. A random match probability was not calculated for PMH when binary interpretation was done.
And then once you switched over to StarMix and then subsequently learned the identity of Mr. Mitchum, is that when you were able to put a statistic in or a likelihood ratio to the conclusion?
That's correct.
I don't have anything else.
Any follow-up by the defense?
Just very briefly. CPI is different than a likelihood ratio, correct?
Completely different, yes.
CPI is, can you explain what that stands for?
CPI gives an idea of how frequent that mixture is and how what is the probability that somebody with that DNA profile could be a contributor to that mixture? It's a frequency, how often you would see somebody that could be included in that mixture.
And generally speaking, it's one person in, like if you were in a room, it would be one person plus the frequency that another person in that same room, I'm going very small, would have that profile, correct?
Correct. If the CPI was 1 in a million, then if you could put a million people in the room, you would expect that approximately one person could be a contributor of that mixture.
It's one plus the one person, correct?
It's a very small number. It's 1 in a million.
And when we talk about
individuals.
likelihood ratios, we're not talking about a frequency, correct?
Correct.
We're talking about two hypotheses.
Correct. How much more likely a hypothesis is than the other hypotheses.
And I think that we saw a slide where you had person plus random unknowns on the numerator, correct?
Correct.
Versus two unknowns on the bottom.
Correct.
And it's just that ratio of the likelihood of the top one versus the bottom one, correct?
Correct.
And then you apply that to the verbal scale that we talked about earlier, correct?
The likelihood ratio is then, it's a number that falls within the verbal scale.
But it doesn't give you a probability of, this is what happened, correct?
No.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No.
The next question is, what is the general probability that a DNA profile with limited support in the range of 2 to 99 identifies the source of the DNA?
I can't answer that question. It's the likelihood ratio is just a value, and that's why it isn't how frequently that occurs like the CPI is. It's just how much greater that scenario is than the other one. So I can't really answer that question.
Any follow-up by the state?
No.
Any follow-up by the defense?
No.
The next question is concerning review number 2 on knob number 2 of the laundry room. It indicated a partial DNA of one person. Was the fact the knob was sprayed with a substance reduce/effect the sample leading to the partial DNA rather than a more complete DNA sample?
It's hard to say. That is possible. It could also be that there just wasn't that much DNA on the knob to begin with. I really can't say.
Any follow-up by the state?
No.
Any follow-up by the defense?
Just very briefly, you're testifying to what you saw, and that's it, correct?
That's correct.
Nothing further.
Any redirect?
No.
The next question is, are the allele values in a loci ordered? That is 12, 18 equivalent to 18, 12?
Well, generally, when alleles are put into an allele chart, they're put in numerical order. So if you're talking about what you saw in an allelic ladder, in an allelic chart, they are listed generally by the analyst in numerical order.
Any follow-up by the state?
I think maybe, I know you mentioned that you identify them in numerical order. Would it change the significance in any way, or would it still be the same?
On the electropharogram, they're listed in allelic order as well. The peaks will show up in numerical order. So a 12 peak will show up on the electropharogram before an 18 peak, for example.
And there's no other significance to that, I guess. Is my
No, and it doesn't mean that the 12 came from the mother and the 18 came from the dad. They're not in that kind of order. I would not be able to tell which allele a person got from which parent unless I had their parents' DNA.
Okay, thank you.
Any follow-up by the defense?
No, Your Honor.
The next question is, were all the reference samples from neighbors and such uploaded to CODIS? Were the partial unknown profiles from crime scene compared to all the reference samples?
No, the reference samples, if they were identified as, If they were not identified as just an investigative lead person, they were entered into CODIS as a suspect. And suspect profiles are uploaded at the state level. As far as partial profiles go, unless it was specifically requested, all of the reference samples that were obtained throughout the years were compared to PMH only.
Any follow-up by the state?
No.
Any follow-up by the defense?
May I just have one more?
Sure.
No, thank you.
The next question is, were any of the couch cuttings taken from the back of the couch?
Yes, I believe some of the couch cuttings were from the back of the couch.
Any follow-up by the state?
No.
Any follow-up by the defense?
No.
The next question is, how many total loci are in a complete DNA profile?
So the amplification kit that we use has 24 markers. 21 are autosomal markers. That means that they're not the sex determination markers. So there is amylogen and there's 24 markers total, 3 that are sex determination markers, so 21 autosomal markers.
Any follow-up by the state?
No.
Any follow-up by the defense?
No.
And the final question is, how does limited support for inclusion differ from limited support for exclusion?
So they both provide limited support, but one, instead of, in my laboratory when I validated StarMix, we have a value where someone at a certain level of an LR will just declare them excluded. But there's a small range where it's less than 1, but not at that number, which is 0.5, where it just shows limited support for exclusion. So the likelihood ratio has to be strong enough to outright exclude them. But there is a small range where it'll show limited support for exclusion, which means the LR supports exclusion or that they're not present in the mixture, where a limited support for inclusion means that there's limited support that they are included in the mixture.
Any follow-up by the state?
No.
Any follow-up by the defense?
Briefly. So when you're in that limited support part, it's where one proposition is a very small number, 2 through 99, where it says that it's got limited support, correct?
It's when the denominator is actually bigger than the oh my gosh, I can't
Numerator.
speak. Thank you, numerator. And so it's actually just that very small range where I'm not even going to try to say it, where the bottom number is larger than the top number.
So, and generally speaking, the top number is the person of interest,
Correct.
and the bottom numbers is the unknowns, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No.
And those were all the questions. May this witness be excused, subject to recall.
Yes.
You may step down. Thank you, Ms. Beamer.
Thank you.
So ladies and gentlemen, today is Wednesday. As you know, we had a pre-planned dark day for tomorrow that you had on your calendars, so we will not be in trial tomorrow or Friday. We will be back on Monday at 10:30 a.m. So we really appreciate your service. Please remember that admonition as you go home for the long weekend from the trial. As you know, please don't watch or read any news stories. Don't talk to any friends or family about the case. And we'll look forward to seeing you back on Monday at 10:30 a.m. Have a nice weekend.